Yo, what's up, guys? Hey, what's up, Nate? Oh, dude, don't give me. I'm so tired of Baron matchups. Surely this isn't a solo Baron. Surely. I mean, understandable. I mean, fuck it, I guess I'm playing Wukong then. I was gonna pick Yorm again, but I want something with an escape. I'm fucking tired of dealing with the Baron. But looking at this lineup now, it's gonna be Thor and solo, and now I've just cooked myself instead. I don't know, maybe I go tanky Wukong in this one. Fella disturbance. Yeah, that's my bad. It's Thor. Fuck, man. Fudge. Big fudge. The one game I don't ban Wukong. I'm sorry, man. I was gonna. The thing. Okay, I was gonna pick Yorm, alright? But then they picked Baron. And I thought I was gonna be against Baron, okay? I'm so tired of Baron when I pick Yorm, okay? I'm traumatized. Don't blame me. I didn't even want to pick this shit. I'm not even in the mood to play Wukong. I just had to pick something with an escape, and I didn't have enough time to think. Madge. I am thinking that I don't know, actually. I don't want to play Int Wukong again. I'm kind of tired of Int Wukong. Yeah. Kind of tired of it. Maybe it's a mistake not going for it when you have it in your hands, but I just can't be asked. I've played it too much. Yeah, I know I'm against Thor now. When I saw the names, I realized I could have just picked the Yorm now. I'm just sad. Granted, if I knew it was Thor, I'm not sure I would have picked Yorm either. I don't really like that matchup very well. It's too easy to get walled off. Big fat snake. It's too easy to catch. I'm so unpracticed on strength Wukong though, it's actually kind of wild. Go clone, bonk him. Dude, it's actually kind of tech getting the clone low enough, or getting yourself low enough, so that the clone can just go on 1v1, because early on, that thing fucking hurts. Yorm does a lot of damage. He does. But I think he comes, like, at least Yorm does it with risk. I'm away too. I think he's too far away. My man barked. I have center for these as well. Eat my Kojo. Yeah, tragic. Surely I can get this with no issues. Don't know if he has TP or not. I definitely don't want to back yet. I'm gonna see if I can just be sneaky. I need 100 more gold. What a shit ward. That didn't hit anything. It's just on top of the wall, man. Now I don't know if they're up or not. Yeah, they're down. Shit. Hopefully Thor didn't do those alone. He's half HP-ish. No, my stacks. You can stop the ward early? I had no idea, actually. Oh, you just press it again? 11 is left. Just deny a bit more, as much as I can. What else are they gonna do? Gank a Wukong? They hit like a baby. Let's just heal up a little bit. Feel like he could just tell me if he's actually gonna go in. I can be ready to follow him, but yeah, that sucks. That's so unnecessary. I mean, I'm happy Thor didn't get the kill, but it's not like it's good that Aladdin did. So little. So little gold needed to finish that off. Tragic. I think I should realize how much our team was winning. Dude, Thor heals so much actually with that. Why does it feel like he heals more than me? Shit. I should probably just back. Once again, just Thor being silent pisses me off. Because I'm legitimately trying to listen for it. They do have a Baron. I guess I'll go Brawlers this game. And I fucked up by going Bird. That's fantastic. What a fucked up day. Thor might be rotating, but he has no ult. Merlin is left as well. Oh, that was optimistic. He flickered. I'm tempted to ult just so I can reset. He was so tunnel vision, he was. I guess he knew my ult was down and was just going for it. He did do good damage to me, but it's a very uneventful game for me. I'm gonna bomb these. Easiest clear of my life. I'm gonna back first. Actually, I mean, I have Sunder in 10. Bruh. I Sunder him, it's fine. We're just chasing the Baron instead. They're both just 1 HP. I do think this Wukong build is... It's weird, because you don't really do that much damage. You're just kind of running around, and you're kind of just fully relying on healing yourself. Because, like, if you meet something like Thor, granted, Thor is quite good in solo right now. It's just... I can't really fight him after a certain point. Early on, I guess it's okay, but... He just has... Like, Thor just has so many ways to fight. He's not reliant on abilities, necessarily, because of the aspect. He can also just auto you. Wukong's autos are pretty shit. Don't really want to box with him. So like even despite being pretty far ahead in lane, it just didn't really matter. I just still couldn't really fight him. Only SR to go? I believe so, yeah. Like probably like 240 or something like that. I need a win streak, yeah. Yeah, 200 and like 23. But at this point, I'm not expecting anything. Like if I win, I win. If I don't, I don't. You know. At least I'm secured in demigod, because it could have been worse, right? I could have just not made it, not made it to even demigod. It could have been a losing streak instead, which can still happen. But if that does happen and I'm like 1 day off, I'll just play on the ult for 1 day to make sure that I'm at least not falling below demigod. It's 4 more wins in a row. Easy enough. The thing is, right now there's a big, like, there are a few really big players in this current queue, and if you meet them, there's a high chance you're losing the game. But hopefully that won't be an issue. Like me and Klino is a bit unfortunate because we both want to play solo and don't necessarily play other roles super well. So that's also a kind of like an aspect to that. So if you get them on the same team, one of us is forced off of our main role. All right, actually, let me finish up this fucking tournament. Because my god, have I just been watching the same game for so long. I'm finishing this today. Pretty sure this is the last game too. Wait. I needed to... There we go. I'm going to show the queue at least. This meta was also very much just any type of frontline-esque character. You just build full damage and put a Height of the Urchin in there, and that's it. Because that item was so powerful back then that it was basically enough to make you pretty tanky. And there isn't really like an item you can do that with in Smite 2, it feels like. But that's just because of protections. Excuse me, overall being pretty rough. Oh. Dude, the Blink AMC ult. No, he did blink. I guess, okay, never mind. Someone else blinked then. I looked away. Did I actually do something good for once in this game? I blinked. It's just fucking out. Speaking of, I guess it did not happen in this one. I would like to see if I can get solo on this one, but otherwise I guess I'm stuck in mid. Oh, nice. He did trade me. Cool. Bellona out. Osiris out. Odin out. Oh, man. I'll just play Yorm. It's the one I feel like playing the most. But his big, bad counter pick is still open. It's a big boy game, yeah. It's a good queue. I got too distracted by the... How do we get all these kills all of a sudden? When did I get the... Okay, this is what I got out. Damn, way to make it obvious, Yongbei. Paul ulting to fire. Oh, Klino isn't even on the enemy team. Okay. Kronos was so OP, he was. He was very OP. But he wasn't considered very OP at this moment. I mean, worth it for them. They took fire off of Zeus. That's kind of big. Granted, we still got fire, but... Alright. I am smelling an Aegis in this one. Because their comp has a lot of CC. Not to mention a Thanatos for the executions. This should be an easy enough matchup though. I just have to be very careful around level 3 when the Scythe will do like 50% of someone's HP. Oh, it's Artemis support too. Okay. Not having Sundry is gonna suck for the rocks though. I like having Sundry a lot for the rocks. Just makes them so easy to secure. Not to mention the blue start is a bit nicer with... Yeah, with Sunder. Well, don't know what's happening on the duo side of things, but I guess Sol DC'd or something and is looking real fucking bad now. They're still level 1. Hey, Katze, where the fuck are you going, man? If you stay with me, we kill them all there. Well, that's really fucking shit. That should have been such an easy fight for us. I'm actually incredibly depressed about that. Is my blue gone? That's done. Surely we get a kill over there. Someone's 1 HP. Looks like he's living though. Ah, he lives. Yeah, this matchup's gonna be pretty rough. Acne right. Of course he is. I mean, that's just so fucking tragic that the mid can rotate like that without mid even calling and missing. Yeah, I mean, this is just unfortunate. We're just getting stacked on. They have actual, like, humans on their team. Like, I don't know what the fuck Akate is doing in mid, but it ain't good. And he's completely fucked me over twice now. weird. He could have invaded my blue, but works for me. Would have been really nice if I had some more items at that point. But that's kind of big for me, actually. Rocks. Rocks. Yes. I guess I will rotate for this. It definitely isn't unwinnable, but this shit won't be easy. Because I think their late game is... I mean, it's Merc, right? That's the main thing I'm looking at on their team. Merc is scary as fuck. And he only gets scarier and scarier the further in we go. I'm literally just a training dummy for him late game. Both ults in, right? Fucking hell, dude. The one fucking time I try to be aggressive, fucking Merc shows up. I hate solo, man. I gotta get some D-boards for Merc. That's so horseshit. That's the easiest fucking solo kill I could have had, but they keep showing up when I try. So what's even the point? Oh my god. I wish I could TP and maybe help out on the other side of the map a bit, but if I leave now, they will just get fire for free. But at the same time, I don't have Sunder, so they get fire for free anyway. So what's even the point? I didn't see him in the air, bro. I still have Aegis everything up. Fucking hell, dudes. I don't really want to surrender because I'm having a decent time with this. I'll just let them decide then. I don't really mind if we keep going or not. Like, this is just over for me. Without me really having any say in it. That's pretty tragic. Which rank is this? Currently the highest in the EU. In terms of the games. In terms of my own, not so much, because I've had a losing streak recently. I'm currently demigod, so not deity. I'm right below deity right now. Because right now, if you have a losing streak, you're losing a lot. Yeah, this queue is worth hitting. It is a good queue. And we could definitely use a few more people, because there are a few people in this one, I would say, that probably shouldn't have been there. But besides from like 1 or 2 players, then yeah, it's pretty good queue. Truly unlucky. Yeah, it's no. My game just kind of got fucked over by Hecate. We could have easily won a fight at level 4, but he ran away, and I was just kind of like left alone. All the 3 targets were like 15-20% HP. Like, it should have been a free fucking fight, but he left me. And the second time was when he didn't call fucking mid was missing, and he's fucking ganking me. So I just died twice in a row for no reason, man. Just fucked me over. It didn't change anything in my lane. I was still winning lane, but it just sucks because I was just behind for no reason. I don't even know why we're the ones getting like lower elo players, because we have less SR than like adapting Vivas. I think I'm pretty fucking low still. Do we just end it here? Wait, I need to ban. No, I don't think we ended yet. Oh, got the old off. Go for the Quadra. I'm pretty sure I did. It's like I won it again. I guess the rest of this is just the award show and after talks and everything like that. Oh, okay, just extra long. Wait, what did it say? Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. That's kind of nice of them, but it's very long. Could have made it a bit shorter, but fair enough. That makes sense. Okay. I do want to check out the latest worlds. Don't know why I turned to a 5 is. I don't even think that's bad. I think pen is good enough. Like, there will be a period of time where I should be very powerful, but what did I even pick actually? I picked Bologna. Uh, yeah, I mean Bologna's build is pretty set in stone. My first 3 items aren't even protection, so I don't think it's that bad for you guys. Granted, mages are very powerful, so it is nice to have a mage, just for the sake of that. Is the worlds on this one? What's that even called? Which worlds was that? World Championships. That's season 10. Is season 10 the last? Like, it's a lot of fucking games to watch. Holy shit. I'm definitely burning out before I get to the end of this. But I'm curious. I don't know any of the team names anyway, so let's just go to the games. Let's see. This is basically the EU team, right? Yeah. Alright, obviously I have to root for them then. Season 10 was the last? Okay. That makes sense, I suppose. Yeah, there wasn't a season 11 Worlds. I would have known about that. Baba Yaga ban. Okay. Thoth, Hajman. I like this type of ban the most, because this is like, you ban 3, right? And then it goes halfway through, and then you get 2 more bans. That's the system, right? That's definitely the one I like the most. Definitely like that system the most. Reddit Tasker. It is funny to see, because this meta I just did not know. Like, who's good, who's bad. Because by the time I came back, it was already season 11 and things had changed. I just want to see some cool shit with characters that I don't necessarily know how to play very well. Like, Maman is still new to me. I don't really know how she really functioned all that well. And I'm sure there's other characters I can't think of right now. Right there, for example, if Ishtar gets picked, then yeah, that is another character I didn't really get to see that much of. The one good thing about Smite 2, like releasing gods slowly, is that I get the chance to actually learn them and fully invest time into seeing how they function, what they can do. Let me pick your one first. Let's do Giannis. Oh yeah, Chernobog. Karen. Karen's cool. I kind of understand how he works for the most part, but I didn't play him much myself. Chernobog I know quite well. I would say meaning ADC when he was also pretty good back in the day. Maybe I keep my normal ward here. Think I might need it. Can't wait to have a Ymir sitting in every bush, waiting for me to walk up. I miss this ban system for ranked. Yeah, me too. But at the same time, I do like how it is right now. It's just the issue with it in Smite 2 compared to Smite 1, because I mean the ban system in ranked was the same in Smite 1, where everyone just gets one ban. Is that Smite 1 was not nearly as broken. Like generally you could ban people understood who was the most OPs and they were generally out. But even if something really OP went through, it's not like that was an instant win. Some gods feel that way in Smite 2, and I absolutely hate it. It's just they have so little counterplay compared to everyone else. Like, look at Hu Yi. He's still the best ADC because he's so fucking safe. He's the highest damage output. He has the RNG bullshit with the ricochets. He just doesn't really have a bad side. You have shit like Wukong, who is just straight up unbalanced in terms of the indie version of him late game, where if you get that stage, like full late game Wukong, what the fuck are you gonna do? Granted, you can one-shot him, but, you know. It's not easy to do. Like, we're just making Wukong one of the best mages in the game. But yeah, either way, enough ranting. Oh, boss never took red. Didn't realize. He also didn't take the eye. Damn, he's just not taking any of this stuff. Hekate beats. Hekate has no beats. Actually walled my portal. That was pretty good. But do you have comms on? Just so I know you can hear me. Okay, so he doesn't. Fucking hell, bro. Then I have to tell him when fucking Hekate has no beats. No wonder he's ganking then. Just want a ward. I'm sad I missed on Thor. Should have had him. I'm just gonna ward a fuckton. So far, Ymir hasn't been here as much as I expected, but I know it's gonna happen eventually. Probably. They're all coming behind you guys. And I've missed. Man, I just wanted bots to stay and fight. I think we could have fought that if we just didn't jump over the wall when we jumped over the wall, man. That's so unfortunate. Just unfortunate timing, really. And I missed a lot of my damage in that fight. I'm giving you portals if you can make it in time. Just not a good portal. Whatever. I mean, well, our jungler is dead. I'm not really sure we could do anything anyway. And I have a cat in mid. My ult's down, I can't really do much. Good damage. Oh my god. I got tailed down. It's just unfortunate. I think he's right that we can do something, but we just need bots to not die before anything really happens. Because it's tough to fight without him, since we have Fenrir support. Like, we're just so single targeted without support in this game. Is this using action cam? No, it's just the visual glitched in Spectate. I can't believe they haven't fixed it yet. It's been an issue for so long. It's real fucking annoying, I tell you that. Throw her in the air. They're so scuffed, bro. He followed? Nah, what the fuck? Henry realized followed through the ult? Oops. Did not mean to press. And the silent Thorol strikes again. Good bots damage. That's just so... whatever, bro. Hey, Seagull. Who is actually their solo? Oh, it's Wukong, never mind. I knew that. Like, no joke, I might have to slave some Jingwei solo as well, because she's a, like, you can just solo farm and rotate so fast if your team needs it. She just has that natural TP. Would be kind of nice to have. Fuck. Good wall. Miles back up in a few seconds if you want to turn on this. Alright. I'm rotating over. Chase the Kate. Actually, me and bots probably could have done fire or gold there. Yeah, she's just really safe in solo. And all you have to do is just farm. Like, literally, no matter what you do, don't fight. You just take all the farm, you'll be fat as fuck. You'll profit. They're all here, I'm not dragging too much. Yeah, they're on fire. Kind of some tragic turn of events there for them getting fire like that. We just need Artemis to stop dying, honestly. Like, stop walking up, I guess. Not necessarily dying, but... Just careful, they do have fire. I got him. Wait, I don't have Oh My God Buh. I need to add that. I'll make Because Me do it when he shows up. He's alone too. They're all coming left now. Fuck. I lost vision on them the second I started ulting. That's so annoying. They want to do fire on spawn. We don't really have Jing here. I don't know if we can test. What? Who got it? Wait, who even got it? Jumps down. My bad for portaling. And he beats. Oh my god. I thought of getting with a cheeky portal before he fully spotted me. I'm guessing Hecate just stole it then? That's so tragic, bro. That should have been free. And we also just don't have Sunders, so we don't have like any good secure. That is very tragic. I guess I should just go Deso. Get that last item online. Was kind of tempted to go Divine Ruin. But I don't really think it's a great Giannis item. Who just jumped behind? Who just jumped behind? That's tragic that we didn't just turn. I don't think Ecrom has comms on. So he just didn't know. Of course they sentry. Of course they fucking do, man. They have so many sentries. And we've really just pushed up and right. Maybe he's okay. Damn, it hit no one. I'm doing a lot of damage here. No, just Fenrir killed Hekate. Oh man. Man, I literally fuck dude. I'm so annoyed about that. I did definitely overgreed a little bit in the end there, but that is so much damage to them. And now we're just kind of thrown because they get just like a 5 for free. Like we just kind of have like Starpon is a good player, but he's playing Artemis, bro. She's not good in this match. There's not a single character on that team I think she's good into. The fuck? Gym of Focus. It's a weird Wukong item. He doesn't really need that movement speed. Don't really think there's a situation where Chronos Pendant isn't better. But is dead. Straight up forgot my beats weren't up yet. Holy Hu Yi wall, bro. That's so fucking lucky. Yeah. I kind of threw this one, I think. At least in this last fight. Not that I think it would have made a difference with me being alive, but... It just sucks. It just sucks. We'll just, like... I think just the dual lane picks were just bad. We couldn't really fight back. They just have better characters. Like, Huyi Ymir was doing so much for them, while I don't really think Artemis and Fenrir really did much. Like, we can get beats here and there, but... yeah, whatever. We just didn't group. We just kept getting picked. Maybe I'm whining too much about the picks, when we should have just grouped. Probably would have won the 5v5 fights, to be real. But I don't think we had a single one. And the one we did, we actually, no, we did. And the one we did have, we won. And the fire got stolen for no reason as well. It's a fucking tragedy. I should have just waited. Going in on that last fight was probably just a bad idea. I was hoping it could like create an opportunity. Dude, how much did I lose for the last 2 games? How much do I need now? Great! Thanks, Hyris. Now I need 350-ish. That's fantastic. Went from needing 220 to 350. Or like, 33, but still. Just a little win streak. I still have all of tomorrow, but I will not be streaming tomorrow. I don't really have as much time to play tomorrow. Today was supposed to be the golden day. The golden day where I reach Deity before their soft reset, so I don't get fucked over. Looks like a dodge. Morgan Agni Tier, really? And Tiamat. This will be good for me to remember all the characters in the game as well. Raijin, cool. Dude, I want Raijin just for solo, man. I miss Raijin solo. I loved that in Season 11. W Season 10. Yeah, I decided to watch this because I haven't seen it, and I guess I want to learn new shit. I'll watch all the games, I think, Seagull. I'm literally just starting from the first one here, and I'll just go up. Raijin solo. It was so much fun. It was really powerful. But so was Ixchel. Like, Ixchel was the real criminal one. Ixchel solo was fucking broken. But the character itself was just really OP. I can't complain too much, because right now mages are viable in solo, which is nice. I like it. Um, but yeah. Only one player played Ixchel solo at that time. I liked it too. But yeah, there was one who was a bigger fan of it than most. I became a Raiden enjoyer more than Ixchel, I think. Morrigan. And a Wukong. I'm surprised to see Wukong because he just incompetitive for the time that I was a part of it. He was only really good early when he came out. Besides from that, he was generally considered not great because he was one of those front lines that couldn't build full tank because he would literally do nothing because he's just tanky and that's it. So you had to generally build him hybrid or full damage for him to be useful. And that's how it was in Season 11 as well, and I don't think it was particularly good. Like, it was fine, it was good, but it wasn't like a top pick. Karen is this newish? I don't know when Karen came out, I'm not gonna lie. This time he was just OP with procs, that makes sense. I want to see this because I don't know the meta at all. Like, obviously, as I said a few times by now, I came back in Season 11. Like, at the beginning of Season 11, I just played all the way through until Smite 2 came out. So I have no fucking idea what it's about here. Literally no idea. All I know is people didn't like it very much. Hence the reversion coming in Season 11. Quit out mid season 9. I just forgot exactly when I quit. It was probably around season 5 or 6. Like I got back into competitive, and then I fell back out of competitive because it was right before, actually. It was about the time they announced that the EU scene isn't no longer is going to be supported. That's when I quit. I was like, okay, so I have no reason to play. Cool. I'm out then. I want to play. I'll do Yorm. I want to play Yorm, guys. Big Snake. The other picks I was thinking of was Baron, Giannis, or Bologna, but I wasn't in the mood for the other ones as much. Back when Johnny actually played the game. Yeah. I mean, back when everyone played the game, right? Don't really think we see anyone playing the game anymore. Who's going to be in this tournament outside of like Nika? Nika and some NA folks. I think all the EU boys are out. I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna skip most of the caster stuff. I don't really care. I just want to watch the games. Yeah, because nobody on this team still plays. Like Julio is out, Johnny is out. I'm pretty sure Rabio is out, right? Spud stuck around for Smite 2 for a pretty decent while, but I don't think he's plays anymore. Cossacks, he's NA, I believe, right? Maybe I don't know. No, actually, who's Cossacks? He was there for not that long ago. I feel like I've seen the name, but I don't know who it is. So I miss this map. I'll say it, man. It's not the exact same map as the one I knew, but I think this one is just better than the one we have in Smite 2 as well. What is their team? I think I can get away with Sunder in this one. It might just be a recency bias, but I miss the Season 11 map. I actually think it's the best map I think Smite has had for me. Yeah, Bull Demon was really OP. Like, it wasn't perfect. I'm also, if I could avoid it, I would also like to not have any teleporters. But if there had to be a teleporter, I think what they did with Season 11 was the best way to do it. I think that what they've done in Smite 2 is fucking stupid. I hate the teleporters so much. They make no sense to me. I think they just ruin... I think they ruin the pace of the game. They actually do. I think it's just too unfair and way too hard to counter. But also, I can't really speak too much in metas overall throughout Smite because I missed so many of them. And I'm not gonna sit and be biased or nostalgic about the season 0 metas because let's be real, they weren't good. We just didn't know any better. TP's here to stay. Yeah. It is what it is. I can deal with them, but I don't think I'll ever like them. I mean, they did kind of make me like it in Season 11. I kind of liked the teleporter there. But that's because it did feel really fair. Like, you knew when someone was TPing, because it's such a strong tool to TP from one side of the map to the other. For free. Yeah, you could find TPs, make plays for them. You could just bait around them a lot easier, I think. I think right here in Smite 2, it leaves very little room for counter potential. With how, like, OP they generally tend to be. Like, you need to have vision on them. You can't always have vision on them. There's already so much stuff to take on the map. You might be fighting over something, or I don't know, whatever the case may be. It's just it's just awkward. That's all I can really say on it. I don't like them, but I'm also not gonna sit and whine about them forever. I'm going wrong. I think I got 2 of the rocks as well. I really wanted to chase the Nim there, since he didn't have any dashes, but he was so close to tower that I probably would have fucked it up anyway. Unreliable as your mold is to hit. Yeah, that's the thing, Seagull. It just felt generally more fair, because people were knowing that you were TPing too. Like, it was literally just always a ward on it. Not to mention, it was placed a lot more openly. So if your solo is just in lane, right, they will know that you're doing it. It was just a general risk. So it's only something you would do if you knew it would truly benefit you. It's something you do when your team is getting doved or, whatever the case may be, right? It was a counterplay potential. And I really like that apart, but there isn't really a reason for it in Smite 2. It's just there. Do it if you want to. Do it if do it to get away, whatever. I guess I'm just missing their purpose. Not really sure what it's supposed to be there for. I'll give my Merc the rocks. If I have to give up the rocks, I think it's good for a Merc. Them all done. Yep. He's backed. I can do this actually. I'm healthy enough. I actually have enough pots to stick around a little bit. Stick around for another wave. Hello, Pablo. I still think there's so much potential with Smite 2. I just hope they pick it up and somehow figure things out, you know? I really hope. I like the game a lot. I can just so easily see it go down the wrong path as well. Because the game generally is so much fun. Like, I'm having so much fun with the game, it feels so good to play. And then might come left. Never mind, choose the sin right. Uh-oh. Yeah, had to try. An expected outcome with my current situation on Sunder. Still up. Nem is coming, but she's slow. Nem all down. No. Are you fine? Okay, I guess he's just diving. I don't think I could have done anything anyway. I mean, we don't have Sunder. Why are we doing gold here? What the fuck, man? Oh, and them? Probably just gonna be up pretty soon. He ulted me in the last fight, but I think it's up now. Yes. Bit of a tragic death for me there. I really need to be there because OD only is gonna be rough this game, I think. Tragic. Didn't get a single rock. It's fucked up. And my blue mic. I mean, Scylla is just taking everything on my side here. I can't really do much about it. Nimalt down. Lost the whole minion wave anyway. Let's grab these. There he is. Do not have Sunder, so I'm not sure I can really secure these, but gotta try. I'll take the rock XP, but it's about as much as I can do about that. When Scylla is always fucking here. Back off. Let's see. Can I get both? I can. What a wonderful back. Sorry guys, I haven't been reading chat too much in this one. Bit too focused on trying to win it. Yeah, I'm surviving at the moment. Trying. But I'm a big slow bitch. He doesn't have an ult. He's coming to you now. He's half HP though. Nice, good job. It's just unfortunate that I ran into the Rust Snipe. Otherwise, I probably would have been okay, or at least. I think I would have been okay. I'm going Stampede. It's such a Stampede game. Can't avoid the Rust Snipe. I mean, if I just ran in a straight line there, I wouldn't have gotten hit by it. I juked to the left, and he was aiming to the left. What's with Artemis today, man? It's like the third Artemis on my team. Actually, maybe I go Boar instead. I think that's probably just overall more useful for me here. Yeah, I'm not sure. They might all be on the right side of the map. I think he just did blue, yeah. Yeah, I'll let you know if I get his ult again. An empty Pete, guys. I'm just gonna keep pushing right. Actually, adapting. Can we just do fire? I have Sunder. Should definitely be free now. You don't have to come, Merlin. Just don't make it obvious that we're doing fire. Yes, fall back. Can we kill him, maybe? Understood. Bot's behind. We just need someone to zone that isn't me. I'm too low and I need to Sunder. Let's snipe them too. Under jumped. My bad, I guess. Thought we were fighting it. Just look back and my team has just left my ass. I know they're low, but they could have told me or something. Fucking hell. Stampede or Boar, man? I don't know. They're both good, but for different reasons. I think I'm gonna Stampede. There's so many slows. Are Miss Popular in my games too. I'm surprised though. It's just weird. Some days a character will just pop up that is almost never used in my games, and they will just be there in almost every game. It's so strange. They have a decent amount of healing on that team to the point where I think I will just go Contagion as well. Scanning the area. Yeah. Just a merc show, I suppose. Scylla was a real menace for me in that game. Rocking up and taking all my shit. Dude, the icons on the UI for what role someone is playing is really funny. Wait, no, does that mean does it mean what buff they have? Oh, wait, interesting. So it shows which buff they have on. That's new. I haven't seen that before. Looks like it was the role. If you have speed, you're the jungler. If you have red, you're the mid, but no one has red. Speed OP to the point where we use both. Nice. And we've got a dodge. Okay. I feel like a Ratatoskr is one of those characters that will bring a lot of people into Smite 2 again. He's just popular. He's little cute. It's a little cute rat. Or squirrel. He has that new one, like the Aphrodite effect, where I think a lot of the casual player base will find him really cute and will just play him because of that. Oh my god, wait. Did we just fucking get baby gamed? Who the fuck are we on the team with? Oh my god. Baby gamed and I got ADC. Fug. Fudge, I say. Always surprised me how Johnny never was bigger in the scene. I wouldn't know. Like people speak very highly about him in general, so I feel like he was big in the scene. It might have just been different, like like different to some of the other players. But like, if you think of some of the best junglers in EU of all time, he's on that list. He's pretty high on that list too. I need to pick an ADC, guys, and I don't know who to pick. Like an SPL and stuff. Yeah, it was. Yeah, he's really good. So if he wasn't talked about enough, that's strange. Fuck it, I'll just play a Jingwei game, I guess. I wanted to pick Bari, but we're kind of picking a lot of magic if I do. And I guess I'm glad I didn't go Bari now that I picked Susano. That would have been so annoying. John didn't want to move to America, but when he did, yeah, I mean, then COVID happened. Yeah, I mean, that's also just so unfortunate timing. The thing is, like, more than likely, so many of the like the EU goats that could have been goats as well didn't happen because they just killed the EU scene. It kind of sucks. Like so much talent in the EU just left the game because they just had no reason to play anymore. Not everyone wants to move to a different country just so they can play a video game. The ragdolling minions, bro. Dude, what? I don't know what happened to the queue, but everyone left it. Either that or we simply got baby gamed somehow. Let's see. Smells like an Aegis game, that's for sure. Like, I could maybe understand making the EU scene smaller because it was getting expensive having both, but I think removing it completely just was not the call. So many people, and like me being one of them, completely lost interest in even playing the game because that's the main motivation, is making it onto the big stage. You know, it was just really sad. And in a way, it is still kind of happening. I mean, my Prime is an NA only. You know, you can still queue up as EU, but someone like me don't want to play it because my ping on NA servers is so bad. I would have to limit myself to big circles. Like I have to play Chalk, but even then, like on bad servers, I can get bad servers in EU sometimes. When I'm on a bad server and playing Chalk, the TP just does not look right. It will just be all over the place. The game cannot figure out where the hell I am. It is just really awkward overall. So, point being, I just don't want to play on high ping. So my Prime isn't really like just interesting to me. Wait, I am not even using any skins. What the fuck, man? Oh, actually, no, I am. Never mind. It's the water skin. Fuck, I want to use the bee skin. And I've missed. This guy is just perma laughing. His name fits. We definitely got baby gamed. Okay, let's finish this up. Fetching way. Hate to see it. Well, I love to see it. We'll see if the enemy feels the same. Oof, that 3% crit chance. W. Bro, let them come to me. Let them walk down, please. We also need to stop winning too hard. We can't have them rage quit, so I lose half SR. The fact that 2 reset never got removed is funny. Yeah, it's so powerful. It's so powerful. I mean, they even thought about it, but they like the change so much. And it does make her feel more fun to play, that's definitely for sure. The argument is sound, but is it balanced, Iris? No. No, it ain't. But it is fun. Very fun shotgunning people. Actually, is he? Okay, he has strength. If he was int, I had to play a bit more careful than that. Not yet, but eventually. I want to go for tower here. I took my tower. I saw he was on gold. I just didn't realize it was going to be that fast, honestly. How long had you been on that? Pretty good call from him, all things considered. Yeah, Shiblanki just came in. I'm gonna help you out, buddy. Oh shit, we're dead? Damn. Unfortunate, brother. I'd be very surprised if this is not an F6 angle for them. Bloodforge? What the hell? Man, I should have finished Rage first. -1 stack. Bro, what am I hitting? What the hell? My first two autos hit nothing. They still haven't gotten Poseidon. This survived for so long, man. None of these boys have gotten any farm for the last 2 minutes. Okay. I just dashed around it instead. Okay. Okay. Never mind. Not bad, I guess. Bye, Brad. Come to me. Fucking hell, bro. Lazy back from me, I guess. I didn't think Osiris was still fucking chasing. Ugh, this fucking life binder as well. Man, I'm muted to sneeze, and then it literally went away the second I tried to sneeze. That's fucked up. Now it's just there. What a horrible feeling. I'm so unsatisfied. It looks so fun over there. I want to be a part of this. I mean, I guess I don't have anything to push anyway. He still hit the auto. Whew. Actually, can I? I'll just do this instead. Worth. I'll take a Deathbringer instead. Can I use you for something else? Actually, sure, why not? I think I'll go Fatalis, then I can go Musashi's Dual Source instead, giving that movement speed. Actually, that sounds kind of good. Don't have Aegis, but I kind of want to look for Poseidon. Bye. I could have gotten out. Probably wasn't worth it to give all this to Cyrus here, but we can deal with him later, game easier enough, I think. He has a weird build. I don't really think he's going to be a huge threat later on. But fuck. Wait, I won't have space for both. No, never mind. I was thank God. I still have 2 more spots after this, because I need Titan Spain. And I'll probably have to build that next. It's about to have a panic attack, because then I have to sell my Dagger of Frenzy. I don't want to do that. I think Susano's back in mid, actually. I don't even care about these gold cams, honestly. I need this ward for Cyrus. Just in case. Okay. He's still chasing me. I'm okay. I'm just gonna back and then TP over again, or fly over. Sure. Let's get that pen. You guys just back, you're low. But back and fire. The big one. Man, not enough crits. That's just it. Dude, that whirlpool is invisible inside my one. Holy shit. No. Oh, they're both 1 HP. I'm so sad. Not my bad. I think you just get out. Can someone get the coin? No, dude. Thor turned around. I thought he was going to get the coin for me. It's fucked up, man. I think I'll be okay. I can just wait this last 20 gold. Kabrak and my goat did it for me. I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah, I actually feel like I don't even have Fatalis. This item is actually bad. Oh, where the fuck did he go? There he is. He just skipped the buff. I assumed he didn't go this way. Nice. Man, I chased all that way for nothing. For nothing. Also, why are they not surrendering? My own Thor walled me off. My attack speed is kind of shit. Someone needs to tank this to get me out. Yeah, I think we are. Yeah, let's just group fire and end the game. And my ward didn't reach. You can just start it, Odin. Alright. Kinda low here. I don't really like Fatal as much. Because if I had Titan's Bane into just another crit item, which I generally probably would have had here, like my targets would just die in 3 hits anyway. There's not really any reason to actually go for uh, yeah, to go for anything else. GG, I was the uncontrolled mid lane gold pile. I think Fatalis is okay if you're going for the attack speed build, where you just rely on like yellow numbers, like like the Sunbeam bow build essentially. But I think if you go crit, don't fucking go Fatalis. That shit does not feel good. Yeah, normally I would have gone Demon Blade into Deathbringer, but because I could finish Deathbringer, I just did that instead. But yeah, Demon Blade would have helped with the lack of attack speed. Would have given the crit that I needed as well. I just opened the adapting stream. I was gonna see if he's not queuing at the moment. I assume there is an issue. I was gonna check it out. They still need to add an in-game party chat. Why can I not talk to party members here? It's so weird. You're forced to go in like a call if you want to contact them. I think he's waiting for a queue because we missed it in this one. somehow. Oh shit, Moex is in that game? God damn. Only 9 weekends until 2026. It's right around the corner. This has actually been kind of a slow year for me. I don't know why. Nothing happened. Maybe that's why. But yeah, see, this is the Wukong that I know of as well from season 11, where he was just Bluestone, Stranger Jotuns type stuff. Because he's safe enough to be able to just do it. So at least that is the same. Good little juke. Dude. Good damage, but it's a lot of stuff invested into the support here. I miss the tikis on the buffs. I really like those. Oh, we're during that comp game? Because I was doing real life shit, I guess, at the time. This was before I came back to the game again. Not to mention, I was not good at the game since I hadn't played it, you know? That's also a big reason. What real life shit? College, for one. At this point, no, this is after I finished college. I was just doing other, or like playing other games, I guess. I don't fucking remember. I don't know when season 10 took place during my life. Like, when did I even come back to Smite again? I think I came back during COVID, and then I dipped out again for a little bit. I've been playing for quite a while now. 1 year before season 11. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I wasn't doing anything in particular in my life at that point. I just wasn't playing Smite. It's so weird to me that not the Warhorn as it's called in Smite 2. What is it called? The coup? Yeah, the coup is on the right side. It seems so out of place. Good first blood. I'm looking forward to Red as well. I think he'll be probably a good solo, in the same vein as like Thor. Good rotations. He's always kind of been. He has that frontline acorn that also heals and stuff. He can definitely. He's probably going to be a pretty good solo, I would imagine, if he is good in Smite 2. Oh, that was close. No ult? Oh, tragic. Nice. Julio lives. Good fight. Do we want the support buff back? Is that something we desire? The green buff? You're Raijin, I hate that mage. I miss Raijin. He was such a fun solo. Legion Camps is the one thing I hope doesn't come back. I was one of the weird enjoyers of that. I actually liked it. But maybe it's because I could stop people from invading my blue as a result of it. Because that was fucking annoying in Season 11. Invading blue was such a big deal. At least I could stop it from happening by leeching. But I guess I'm impartial to it. I don't mind it, I don't hate it. Just another mechanic. I wouldn't mind if green buff came back as well. I think it was fine. It does make supports really hard to kill early game though. But I do think support should have some kind of buff. I don't know if it should be the same one though. I like it, but it makes farming too effective. That's true. Played some scrims to try and get into comp back then, and they wanted me to play Raijin every single match. Oh, so it's a hate because you're forced to play it all the time. Dude, Spudio is so cute. I just want to give him a hug, man. Look at him. I do think one of the reasons why I personally like Raijin a lot is because there is such a variety in how to use the ultimate. I think that's awesome. There's so many ways to do it. You can't necessarily predict how Raijin is going to do, like what he's going to do with it. I like that a lot. Yemoja first pick. Okay. Snap lock emoji, always hopeful. They already have such a cursed comp. Why is it that I'm playing mid, by the way? He just enjoys it more in ranked, I think. He also hates how, I believe, jungle is so easy to come back from. Like, even if you get really, really fed, as long as you just die once, your enemy jungler, like, they get the shutdown and they're just back in the game. So all the work you're doing is just wasted. That's not just a jungle thing, though. That happens in every lane. But it feels extra bad in jungle, I think. I think solo is really bad with that as well. I can kill my laner 3 times and they get the shutdown and they're back in the game. It happens so much in solo for me. Like, I just get ganked once after being really fed, and my enemy gets the kill, and they're just even now with me, and everything I worked for the entire game is just gone. My main issue is an average kill is not worth it, but a shutdown is giga worth it. You know, I don't like that. I want farm to be less effective, because right now farming is just... I'm just gonna pause this for a second. Farming is so much more effective to get fed than killing. I think killing should give you something. Maybe not as much XP, but it should at least give you a good amount of gold. But I do think it's so easy to snowball in Smite, while it's also for some reason really easy to come back. It's really strange. It's a hard balance to find, so I know why they're struggling with it, but it just feels weird right now. It's like 3 MOBAs out there. Yeah. It's hard to balance though, because Smite is different from how like League works. I don't know how Dota works. Never played Dota. Never really watched Dota. But at least from League, especially after now also watching what the fuck, that's Echrome on Umoja. Just like after watching um, the League tournament, like it just they function completely different, and how you farm and get gold is completely different and get XP because it's so based around last hitting in League. Smite has never been about that. They tried, but it didn't really work out when they tried to do like last hit metas. The game just doesn't function the same way. You can't just sit in front of a wave without getting initiated on in Smite, but you can do that in League, because you know they also have flash and stuff, which is essentially combat blink. But now we removed that, which was really fun in Smite 2, because the casuals hated it. I thought combat blink was awesome, especially if you only have one relic. I think combat blink actually makes up for the fact that you can't go beats in ages, because you can counterplay in almost every scenario. But that's also why the casuals hated it so much, because it was just kind of like a free out of jail card. Anyway, bro, I want both beats, ages, and shell and center and blink this game. Casuals only use it as an escape, yeah. I mean, I can see why it was annoying for them to deal with, but it just sucks, because I think it was so good for the game with only one relic. Enough gods has come out. I think Suku is the big one, where you're like, you need ages, otherwise he will just fucking one-shot you as a backliner. Have fun. Now that he's out, and there's so many gods like bots as well, where you just need beats, you're stuck in this weird spot where you cannot get both. And it just feels awkward. Oh fuck, I am... I'm fucking asleep here, ranting on my stream. Yeah, I'm fucking pissed, bro. Fuck. Oh. Okay, I can make up for this. Yeah. Fucking hell. Archer, she didn't move, man. Actually, I blame you, chat. I blame you. You distracted me. And you did it all on purpose, too. I do think the main issue, there's a lot of stuff they could have done that could work, But they've just cultivated a fan base in a very specific scenario now. You cannot remove Beats Aegis because that's how the game has been for forever, you know? It's with Smite 2, they tried to change some things, but they also didn't lean all the way into that change. And now we're just in this weird spot in between. So yeah, it is a non-aspect Loki. I could be tempted to go Lifebinder this game, actually. Oh my god. Stop with the freezing and shit. Just gonna be low. Nice. Blew us up as well, Anima. Yeah, you can just go solo mine. I need to back anyway. Fuck it. Lifebinder it is. I've been going back and forth. I'm pretty impartial to the. Well, this is just my opinion on things. With one relic, alright, I'm gonna start with two relics. With two relics, it feels like shit is too hard to kill. They have too many ways to get out of anything you do, and that it makes less. Takes a lot more effort to actually get kills. But with one relic, some scenarios are straight up uncounterable. That's my main issue with it. But I don't like both scenarios. I don't really like. I think both are kind of bad for the game overall, or as a game. Yeah, it's a fundamental problem. I tried leveling the Caltraps with Insuku, but they're just so situational damage that it didn't really feel good. Also, guys, let me know if some of the comms here are very loud, because Impact is kind of breathing into my eardrums. You're kind of loud for me, Impact. Is it just for me? You're kind of tickling my eardrums. Yeah, it's a bit better. You're kind of much more quiet now, though. But yeah, you're no longer tickling my eardrums. No, it's yeah, it's a bit much. Blue is spawning up soon. I just didn't realize there was going to be that many people there. Artemis ult them. She has no ult for a little bit. Maybe I should have gone for a stacking item. Yeah. Too late now. Yeah, it's very hard to. I agree. Like, it's hard to balance comp when there's like no reference. I do think some things are outrageously broken though. Like, surely we can all see what's happening on the screen, you know? That's the only funny part. Like, it's like the Wukong int late game type stuff where we're like, this isn't really okay. Are we sure this is how we want it to be? Loki ult down. Now that I have Lightbinder, I'm just gonna run at him. He won't have enough damage to stop me at this point. I'm good. Loki beats. Yeah. That's just unfortunate for them. I believe they just forgot to trade, unfortunately. That is a tragic scenario. But it happens. I do think the range part of it is decently fun, but it's also hard to balance it with how far. I do think the range can be nerfed a little bit, because how far it is right now is it's really hard to counterplay at late game, and it's hard to not be OP late game with that range. Like, it's just Thoth, but easier to hit. It's gonna be less damage than Thoth, but yeah. Anyway. I wouldn't also mind if they just made his 3 a longer cooldown overall, because I think a mage with that type of survivability is insane. He just never dies. He's a mage that can just poke you from an infinite range, and if you ever get to him, he's just gonna bird away. I don't think there's like no counter potential to him though. You just have to one-shot him back, which is possible. Like that shit has happened to me a lot when I play the Wukong. Like characters like Loki, Morrigan type characters that can just get to him without him knowing is definitely a threat. Would be opposed to removing Bird from completely. That's also one way to do it, yeah. That could work. Bologna band. We're banning the Bologna. It's the Suku again. Ah, old Glad Shield, how I miss you. Phoenix Spear is old Glad Shield, no? If you mean Phoenix Shield, then kind of, but not really. Like, Phoenix Shield is just bad. It's so situationally good on characters. Not to mention, this item has 15 protections, bro. It is nothing. Protection is already really hard to come by. And that item has 15. And it only has 225 health on it. The only item I would ever use that on, and that's very situationally, would be Mordred. And that is if I'm against a full physical team and I can just build it because I don't need to go magic defense. Otherwise, I am absolutely never building that item. Glad Shield is kind of making a return a little bit since Osiris came out. Oh. It's still cooked. It will take me forever to get through all those games. But at least I have something to do while waiting for the queues. Athena is kind of the only thing I want to beat on that team, man, but I need it. That is actually kind of tragic. I don't think this is a good end game for Suku. But at the same time, I don't really think Suku is actually just very good in solo here, period. I'll just have to try and play around it. I think I'll just have to go Life Binder again. Nem is just not a good matchup for me. I started with the wrong ability. Shit. I actually prefer starting with the caltrops. They're so nice for clearing early. Now I won't have jungle or lane pressure. Nemesis Aegis. Let's back off before these spawn. Want to contest the rocks. Do we contest rocks? Soul Aegis. Fuck. That worked out at least. I need to turn some light. Shit's getting dark. Let's put on this auto run. Of course. Athena's doing my blue. Good thing I'm not blue reliant on this character. At least not that much. Nemesis ult and Aegis down. There's no dash to plug him. I'm just out of mana. So Sun ult down. So Sun will probably TP right, so keep an eye out. I want to try Chronos Pendant instead. Usually I go for Gem of Focus, because it's nice having that extra movement speed, since you don't get it from the 2 when you build int, but... Let's see if I can just have some extra cooldowns up. I'm gonna need you to move, buddy. Otherwise I don't do any damage. Man, my life bar didn't go off. What the fuck? Soul Aegis. Fucking everyone has Aegis for me in this game. It's just bullshit. Dude, the 2 targets actually I keep ulting have Aegis. Actually, only 2 people have Aegis, so maybe I'm fine late game. Yeah, I just keep ulting the targets with Aegis this game, I guess. I'm gonna stop doing that. At least I did get the Sol. I managed to get my 1 off in time. And Impact in front of me. Athena ult down. And Nemesis ult down. Unbelievable. Too many bad people here. Too many damn people here. Hey, because mate, good to see you. Can you add a new emote, actually? People were using it a bit earlier. Well, they were trying to anyway. It is the oh my god buh instead of bruh. I think it's a cat or something. I don't fucking know. Big ult. I'm getting out. Sure. I think as long as we can deal with Ecrom this game, I think we should be okay. We just can't let Ula run rampant. I want to see if I could just get his agents for free. No, not that simple. Okay, I'm falling back then. Ooh, is he cooking him in right? Nemesis ult down. I kind of want to go. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna try and toss him of death as well. That's my only pen item this game. Surely that's good. I'm just gonna stop ulting him actually. I'm kind of just wasting it. But it's fun. I like fighting. I'm coming mid. We need to punish them for this. I'm falling back. Wait, I still need 100 gold? Ah, this sucks. Well, I should at least buy stuff here. Did lose my tower for staying that long. Could probably have protected it. But what can you do? Did he do all my farm? Nope. I'll take an ult for an ult. Ulrich is left. They're just chasing me here, guys. I'm gonna need help. There it is. Maybe I could have gotten out if I had something else to give me movement speed. Dude, I have so much to see if we get a plug. Like, anyone should just die in a plug. They also didn't really think that Uller was actually gonna catch up to me like that fast. But it is a late game Uller with these 2 ranked up to full, so it's fast as fuck. I'm just gonna push left here, guys. You surprise me. We just got a bunch of gold too. I don't really think that was that bad for us. Might have lost the fight in mid, but we got a tier 2 in right and tier 1 in left. He knows, he's double dashing already. Pretty far up, I can't catch him. I have 3k gold, so I'm just gonna back. I should be pretty big here. I'm coming mid. Huge ult. I need to back. Can we just back and fire here? We have 2 bombs, so like it should be very free. Soul Ages as well. I'm gonna get taunted here. There's just too many slows for me to actually just go in like that. Once my ult is down, I'm gonna have a hard time actually going back in. Them all down. That's her Ages as well. Nice, good job, guys. Oh, I need so little gold. I want to finish Signet, that would be so big. Yeah, go right, Phoenix. I have Poly. Just got so, but you don't need to tank it. Oh man. You didn't need to. No. Solberg, just get out, let me tank it then. Oh, we actually got it with minions, it's fine. Saved. That's not good. I also thought my Poly would do more damage to it. I guess it's because I don't have like legitimate pen. If I had Obsidian Shard, I probably would have done so much more damage. Assuming structure has have pen, or like protection. Because I don't think my my item here actually works on that. So Sano, Athena, Sol down. He went for that tank Thana build. That seems to be very powerful. It actually seems to be very more like much better in jungle than it is in solo, because you can actually rotate around. But that's basically what I'm doing in solo as well. Inspiring. Acne with Poly does seem really hard to deal with once you hit late game stages. Oh. I'll play Thana now. I think these fights as well are way more appealing to look at than the one where everyone just gets one shot. Is that just me? This feels like there is so much skill involved, positioning involved, like strategy involved, outplay involved. Like all these things just come together into a really cool team fight, but it does not feel the same in Smite 2 because everyone just gets one shot by shit. Either one shot or just don't live long enough, which is the same thing, I guess. But nice, good old Sobek at Wheelix. GG, great work. Yeah, you too, man. It's a W team. Dude, yeah, I mean, that kind of felt like a Smite 2 moment. Non-existent tank. Granted, he is so far behind now. That's so much damage. Level 15 support versus 20 carries. That is definitely going to do that. They have a lot of CC. I think I need to invest in a match ice this game. Probably early-ish. And I hate it. How do I want to start this? I think I just want to start with Sanguine. But I guess I'll do that after I've I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. I'll make it in time. Surely? Yeah. Let me take this blue buff I very much definitely need. Whoops. Ah, what the fuck, man. I hate this bullshit. Yeah, I would do that. I'm so far behind. Oh no. I don't think this is an impossible matchup for me, though. It's actually not that bad. It's gonna be annoying as fuck, but... Ha! It's fine, I just had to lead him into a false sense of security. Wait. Intentional feeding, it's what I do these days. Yeah, exactly. It's an old textbook strategy. Why is he chasing me now? He hammered. He just hit 5 though, that's fucked up. That's so fucked up. He beats as well. But he beats. Fuck it. Bro, your call sounds like Deathwalker. It's because it is. He's called Ben Coin Smite too. Oh my god. But he has no beats. He's half HP. Nice, man. W. No, he lost the wave. So it's so fucked up, bro. Win lane, get ganked, lose. I'll just back off them. Sanguine next. I can see it. That's very low. Get him low. No. That's fucked up. He's low. They're coming to you now. Nem is still really low. I'm coming to you. He ulted. That's so fucked up. They're so lucky this game. It's called Smite 2 now. Yeah, just look for the shutdown. Make last hitting important again. Then people will start farming. That's store all down. You might have baited me. Nah, you got it. Wow, they're zoning you. Some crazy lane, yeah. We're just going for... I would never have gone for that if it didn't just put me on the spot like that, you know? It's testing me here. Deathwalker testing me. It's like screaming, I'm an asshole and a pussy if I don't go in on that. I think I got back off here. I don't know if I can fight him anymore now that he has breastplate. I think he just out farms me in CDs. Can't really rely on auto damage in this one. Just gotta play the poke game. But to do that, I need to actually farm or hitch it. Okay. Yo, Thor is killing me. He doesn't. He does, yeah. You know beats though. He's ulting now. And he hits a 3-man ult. That's fucked up. I'll take it. Sure. I'll go defend right. I think I can probably kill this guy. Just need him low enough. I didn't realize bots left me. That's my bad. Shiblangi beats. Oh, that's not on you, bots. I just got greedy. I tunnel visioned, and I missed. I think even if I hit the scythe, I still don't think I win that trade. That's just bad for me. He didn't win Sprite. I'm sure my team wins without me there. Do you guys need me for it? No. He's 1 HP. That's fucked up, man. I gotta get towered for that. Missing the last few sides, man. Nemesis, can we get tower? I mean, I'm half HP. I can just go back and defend it. It's too late now anyway. Yo, Thor ulted me. Shiblanka is coming. I just beats. This is so fucked up, man. I do think Jotun's is actually kind of a nice pickup. What Payne did before as well. It fits him so well. I do want some cooldown as well. Or more cooldown. Fucking hell, he fucks me up. Yeah, I'm gonna push up left. I think we should push right. Get some towers. You could. He's gonna ult. That's so weird. They're low. Holy emoji diff. Baron is 1 HP, he's going towards you. Right there. You may Thor is low. Well, the Ymir wall. I wish I could. Just finished an arena without full damage Nuwa doing 18k? Damn, that's pretty... He must have never pressed his ult in the entire game then. Or he just didn't build anything. I know he said full damage, but assuming that he built full damage, but if you only have 1 damage item, surely that's still full damage. There's a Nim on me. It's just 2 dashes. Give me a shell. I just fall back, this is fine. I need to heal. This fucking ice giant is too fucking fast. I'm coming to you guys, I guess. That's so fucked up. I'm fine, that's just my ult. I need to back first, I think. I'm so low. I can just deal with Shablanca and right. Shablanca will TP. I'm just gonna leave you, just to make sure we don't die here. Yeah, because it counts as a heal, so I can double Scythe or double Silence with the aspect. Yeah, it's OP, man. Okay, what the fuck do I build for my last item here? I could do board just to have more escapability because I don't know. I kind of went Magi's for that same reason. I might go Titan Spain. I just want 20, man. I'm lower level than our Emoji. That's true. Poke them a little bit. Ymir coming behind us. I'm just gonna chase him. Yeah, so we're getting out. Fuck that, don't wanna risk it. Are they on fire? Yeah, they just started it. Oh, I just got walled off. I'm fucking dead. Bro. Poke Treblanc a little bit. It's getting low. No, they fully leached it. I think I can defend. Maybe. Yeah, they're gonna fire. Oh, that sucks, man. Ymir is such a problem for me. It just always walls me in or some shit. And Thor, I guess. Go on, anyone? Ymir behind, Ymir behind. Think I'm cooked anyway. Yeah, no, I just can't find into them anymore. That sucks. Probably should have won this game, I think. We just threw it. Going a bit too deep at times. Getting one shot by things we probably shouldn't be getting one shot by. The Shibboleth double wall. Jeez. The the Shibboleth double wall combo they had was so hard to deal with because we just couldn't see it coming. Like ever. Bit of an ADC diff, to be honest. Yeah, Shibboleth did a lot for them that fight in this game. And I didn't really play a character or build into him in a good way. I maybe could have went for Contagion. Contagion Nemean instead of like going for more damage instead of the Odin's build I went with. I just sit on him. Problem is, every single time I try to even look for him, Ymir would just instantly turn around and look for me too. So he was never alone either. That was just not an easy game to really frontline in. And yeah, hello Hansen. Spot cooked. It's actually no, never mind. I suppose it's kind of hard to see if people are dead, but it's because they shot on the sides instead of down there on the UI. Good turnaround. Osiris Baron. I mean, what the fuck? I'll just do Zeus then. Play a somewhat safe game. Actually, wait, why the fuck did I go Zeus? They picked Baron. If I'm against Baron and Solon, I'm fucking cooked. I have to start with Boar. Though I suppose that wouldn't be that bad. Full damage Zeus with Boar probably still works. This is what people were telling me about the Wandering Titan. That's so weird. What was the point of that? What was the point of the Wandering Titan? Just to have a pushing thing? Like some kind of like pushing mechanism? Actually, give me a second, guys. Let me give the dog some food. Alright. This potentially is my last game. We'll see how unsatisfying it might end up being, but we'll see. No, Ra solo. Okay, Osiris jungle. Woof. Woof. I don't actually know what I want to start with. Probably is something like a Gem of Focus. Like into Ra, it won't really be easy either way. With a potential of an Osiris aspect fucking up my day. The fuck? Why were they invading like that? Or warding deep? Wait, he doesn't have a starter? He went with that. Okay. Screen, my bad guys. Give me a second to clear the wave. I'll remove it. There we go. I'm 5 as well. Ah, it's fucked up. I'd say just get out then. I fucked up. I don't know what happens to my ult. I'm going book. I want to stack something. Ah, I lost my blue. I'm always raw. Big chain lightning. We need Susano to get level 5 before we can do anything about that. That sucks. This Susano isn't in 5 yet. How is he not level 5 actually? That doesn't make any sense. He wasn't there for the rocks. And that's when you were supposed to be level 4, close to 5. I guess, well, he probably just went and died somewhere else, but still. That's really unfortunate. If I also have my ult, I'll probably just get both as well. Okay. Short ass chain lightning range these days. That's why. It's on fucking... Okay. It's on instant cast, bro. Why the fuck? I don't know. Is it... It might only be happening in Zeus, but like... My abilities keep fucking... reverting on some characters. It's really fucking weird. And I seem to noticing happening in Zeus a lot. I like instant cast on some abilities, but not all. I feel like we should have more damage than this. My bad, I guess. Fucking mid is here to just do my blue as well. Merlin is still right. No, not from what I can see. Merlin is still in right. Merlin ages. Ugh, that's unfortunate. Of course he had ages. Should have been a kill if he didn't. If I got the stun off while he was inside my ult, I should have finished him off. Baron is right. I don't know what the fuck is even happening this game. Don't know where Baron went. He ages when I went on him before. It might be up soon though. Like, I'm just being doped by the support here. They're both half HP. Baron literally sat in the bush for 2 minutes waiting for me to walk up. So, like, I can't really do much here. My blue is getting invaded on cooldown. Like, Baron was still there, dude. I don't fucking believe it. That means he was sitting there while I was still clearing back camps. Man, that's so fucked up. I mean, I'm being wall cramped. We just don't have a jungle this game, it feels like. Osiris blink rolled. This is just so unfun. I mean, I don't fully, like, blame him. He's playing literally most of his broken characters right now on Osiris. On top of it being one of the best, like, EU junglers, so it's just frustrating to be on the receiving end of it, because I'm the one who's just getting absolutely fucking camped. Like, my game is ruined. I'm 3 levels behind because of this. It's good I'm playing a mage, but I'm trying to play this as safe as I possibly can. But I don't think it's gonna matter. It's not even just him, like Baron showing up too was also a fucking criminal. Granted, I did go blink, so, you know. Would have banned the Osiris if I knew that April was in the queue. Whatever, just leave blue. Not really worth it anyway. Just try and farm until I can get late game. Yeah. And after that early game, I'm just cooked. I'm so far behind in levels. And I'm just, I don't know. There's always 2 people in my lane. Osiris gonna TP left, probably. Yep, step higher. I'm just so unsafe. Like, I always feel like I'm just getting collapsed on. Or could get collapsed on at any moment. Yep. That's so fucked up. It was 200 left. Nice. The Merlin Flicker. It's too fucking fast. Can't land this shitty auto. That's his bore. Fucking missed everything there. It's so bad. Ra's dagger and he's out of position. Nice. They're kind of inting. Like, if that happens once again, we're just kind of back into the game. That death just feels stupid. I shouldn't have. Excuse me. I shouldn't have died there. I think I just played it bad. I just wanted one cheeky chain lightning. Yep. I'm going there now. He's in the gold camp. He's in lane, he's in lane. Baron ult on me. It's so fucked up, man. It's actually just an OP pick making them win all of this now. That's just a bad jump. I don't know why I didn't jump over the wall. I have pen now at least. Hunter's going towards mid, careful. It's not in lane anymore. They just have such an such a significant XP lead now. Honor isn't right again. Alright, I'll just sit back then. Ra's walking down and right. They're looking for a pick before they go fire. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, I think so. I just played that badly. Just fucking died with everything up like an idiot. Don't think it would have made a difference anyway, but... Yeah. We're not fully charging for the knockup either on the Susano ult. Yeah, that's just about what I expected out of when I saw the players and the picks on this one. All right, no more fun picking, I guess. Back to the Yorms and the Bellonas. Man. Granted, I don't think it would have changed anything. If I was playing Yorm and Bellona and I still was camped like that, it wouldn't have made any difference. They literally just had Osiris and Baron run at me. At least I'm somewhat immune to the Baron ult with Yorm, but Osiris would still fuck me up. He's still just hitting at an easy target. Granted, it would be harder to do than on the Zeus, but I don't really think the Zeus is that bad of a pick. But that earlier fight where we just all died for literally no reason and we only got one pick out of it on our own red buff was so bad. And that was just because Susano was behind at the time. There wasn't really much we could have done that fight. Fuck it. I'm picking the Baron myself. It's good into their team anyway. Dude, look at tanks in Smite 1. It's taking no damage. Titan definitely isn't made out of paper either. Well done. Yeah, I'm still going. I'm taking a bit longer because I need to try and see if I can hit Deity. Doesn't have to be tonight, but I'm gonna go for as long as I can for now. I'll probably just keep going until I have to take the dog out. I'm trying to phrase it differently because he understands the phrase that I usually say. Actually, that is... That is a Thanos solo. So I will start with a safe start instead. Because he is at his scariest when the scythe hurts at level 3. Or 4. When that's just rank 2, it hurts. Okay. Afro banned as well. I don't believe she was banned in the first game. Maybe I'm wrong. I forgot. And with a Wheelix sound, Hachiman is available. Right. So that's an ADC raw aspect. I mean, it's fine. They have raw aspect ADC. Surely we win this. Yeah, I miss our flipping as well. And I'm just being invaded. That's fantastic. I'll get this mold at least. Every time I forget to pick this shit up. My fucking Baron Potion. That's fucked up. Alright, let's keep the minions here. Oh my god, I would not make it in League. I'm gonna zone this game just because he invaded. If I get the chance to. Yeah, he's starting with a different, with a cheap or like expensive item. I'm not sure I can help out on them. I'm out of mana. He just warded here. Down below. He's in lane. Yeah, he's not coming either, but I'm staying too. Yeah. He knows there's a word here. He has Sunter as well, so like if he's all this ever down for me, actually. This lane should, on paper, be so free for me. We'll see if the duo lane, or how they handle everything. It's definitely the biggest worry this game. Then ult them. Oh no, fucked up. It's probably a life miner game. Hello, Burn. Oof. Wrong dash. Forgot the Baron potion again. Actually just missing an ability. I don't think so. You might go to them now. I'm on my way though. Alright. Let's get this fucking potion. I just need to stop fucking up. That is missing. I fucking hate Barons 1 sometimes, man. Just fucking hit the melee minions. I'm begging you. I don't see Thana, he might commit. He doesn't beats. Nice. Ryzen right. My ult's back up in 5. That's his ult. It's actually a good exchange for me here. He lost so much XP for that, because he didn't dunk back down. He wasn't sure if Aladdin was around, so... I'm gonna TP over, but it's gonna take a while. Can we start gold? I think I can zone. Whoops. Civic behind. Still ulting. Oh, what the fuck. My bad, Suko was already back. Still has 1 HP. Fuck, dude. I should have just ulted. Because I would have gotten the heal from fucking Suko. I would have died no matter what, though. Being tired is making me fucking up my mechanics here. And I'm probably tired because I'm hungry. Oh, you can't. Oh my god. Dude, fuck this system. I can't undo. I wanted to buy something else instead. I want to get regrowth instead of Chronos Pendant first. It's a bit more crucial into Athena, but whatever. Athena ult down. Athena's no ult, he's low, but he's coming towards mid. He landed somewhere on red. Probably back then. We can get tier 2 if you guys come here, and whoever is from them is rotating. Silla's here. Oh well. I need to back, guys. Can you guys help out the Aladdin and lamp? Then all done. Then there's TPing left. I think we need to. I'm gonna TP back as well. Then we just fight it. No, just a gold. Yeah, just gold. Dude, the shit that I'm taking every fight. Yeah, I'll back. I don't really want too much health either. Wait. No, can't finish it. Yeah, I think I'll get Genji's. I might just go for a full cooldown build on this Baron here. Like, they don't have any objective damage. Because they have raw tank in ADC. Still beats. He's in the jungle. He's so scared to fight me. Yeah, I think so. And Scylla does not beat, so if she walks up, it should be pretty easy. Not bad, shouldn't try to help. I don't know why I tried. I'm chasing you guys. Super old as well. Fuck me, dude. Why do I have to keep trying to help people out? That shit's so stupid. Like, their objective clear is so shit. They don't have an ADC. You might be able to stop them in time. It's 5k, 4k. I'm slowly making my way there. It's an aspect raw at least. Raw's on blue. Root them. Root them again. Alright, just fall back. That's his beats. It's kind of a tasty rip buff laying down here. Well, it's up to. That's at least super gold. I mean, they had 3 characters with no like mobility, so I can just 3 one of them, and we can just get so much damage out on them. And with this build, I have so much cooldown that I can just keep throwing it out. Not the bad, not the bad. Kind of at least making some progress. Less than 200 now. Would have been real nice if we didn't lose some of these. Mainly this one, I guess. This one I feel we should have just won. Probably also some of them, those down here. Yeah, this one we definitely should have won. That was, well, I'm saying we, but I was actually against adapting in this one. Dude, Snoopy looks so tired, bro. He's so done. Why does he look so exhausted? Fuck. No, no. Why does... Whatever. Guess I'm playing Osiris. I didn't even... I pressed enter, bro. I hate this new system. I don't want to play Osiris. I'll play Osiris then. Maybe I do a non-aspect Osiris for once? At the same time, if I'm against Thor, I mean, that should be an okay matchup for me. I'm getting the vibes that I'm gonna get camped by April on this Tsukuyomi. But I'm kind of still happy we ended up picking the Osiris, because I was gonna ban the Osiris, but I forgot to ban. I might... No, there's no time, man. I would like to get the normal ward, but it feels like in solo there's not a whole lot of time to go ward. I'll just throw one out. It's more simple. Also pretty sure there's a hair in my mouse. I'm gonna see if I can fix that real fast. Sorry for the sporadic mouse movements that will be happening right now, as I'm removing shit with a pincer in my mouse. Okay. Fixed? Maybe? I tried. What a shot. Trying to poke too much. I gotta fucking clear the waves. Thor is going to rocks. I can't be there. He has ult. Thor is probably in the air. Are you still streaming? Literally went to bed for an hour or something, came back, and you're still here? I'm streaming because, I mean, it's not even been that long. I just started later today. But in terms of hours, it's only been 6 hours. I usually do that. Well, not usually, but... So cold down. They're both low in, right? Damn it, man. Every time. The second he walled me off, and the way he played, should have told me that someone was coming. Because he was really just playing like he was baiting time. Yeah, we need Odin to be there for rocks. They should be free. Hold on, early TP. I'm TPing over. Of course he sees me. I need help. I'm gonna need Odin to be here on my side of the map just a little bit. I got him. No clue. That's fucked up. Nice. Like, I don't want to end that Odin anything or like scream at him or anything like that, but like, we should stop giving rocks away. They're way too important, especially when they're like when they dove me before almost, and they were both like 30% to 40%. It's sad that we just gave them rocks despite that. So they didn't even really get punished in any way. We just still gave them the farm that they shouldn't have had. I am behind in XP though. You should have them. I'm just gonna do my wave. I can TP left. You can play aggressive. Ramalt. No. Missing a bit too many my ones there, but it's alright. So called down, he's low. Every time. I don't see them anymore. Unfortunate. That's fine though, got his ages. I should be okay once I've Stampede. Just I get fucked by the Caltrops right now. Bro, Rama's here too. You can go gold. Rama down. Rama's 1 HP. Laura 60. What a fucked up day. Man. Would have been cooked for them if I got my ult back up. I really do need Stampede. That would have been so huge there. I should have just fucking ulted him. It's a classic. Bago's 1 HP, Sukuyomi ults down. I mean, everyone is in my lane, I guess. Dude, it's actually so fucked up, this game. I don't even know what to say. They all love me. I'm level 13, bro. I just realized with all these ganks. I'm still shitting on most people that come to my lane, but it doesn't matter because I'm not getting the XP myself. And I'm not really getting the kills either. Think people hate you. I just don't think they want a Fed Osiris to run around. If I had to guess. I'm surprised that I'm being ganked by the ADC though. That's fucking weird. I did gank him though, so you know. Rama is missing. I wasn't aware my team was gonna go full ham in my side, my side of the map. Rama ult. Dude, they're just so low. That Bacchus flop actually just changed that fight. It's so annoying. It wasn't even the mushroom, I feel like. It was just a flop. Kind of ruined the momentum that I had in that chase. I need boar though. It's time to get the boar online. It's not like that was a bad fight. Got both the Merlin and the Tsukuyomi. It's just unfortunate that I ended up going left when my whole team decided it was a time to like just do a massive team fight. I think Thor is just split pushing here. Thor might TP left. I think we can do fire now. That's so fucked up. Yeah, they just have so much self-peel on that team. It's really annoying. I don't know who this is, but he's pretty good. Seen him in a few games. He's definitely a rename or a smurf. Man, I really wish that speed was up. That would help me so much. Did we just get left towers? Behind us. How about Noah? I think we just get out and get rid of fire. This isn't really good. I've definitely reached a point where this isn't as OP anymore. Like, I don't think I can deal with Rama in a 1v1 here. Unless I do hit everything. If I hit my full combo, sure, but we'll see. Nice. It's not Bacchus here. Do fire. I'm gonna leech it, just careful tanking. Ram ult. Wow, I'm absolutely missing everything. Just push mid, guys. Push mid. Get the mid waves. Wow, I've jumped over it. That's fine. Gold should be free now. I'll just keep zoning. Bugger's ult down. Gonna go Obsidian short last. Yep. He wants to jump. Go left, guys. Let's bore and Suko down. Suko 1. I mean, I just don't know why our Odin is split pushing, man. Oh well. Did I even use my Stampede there? I guess not, but I was also just kind of standing and fighting. The good old bro comeback works every time when you have nothing else to say. Why did Rama heal so much? Just Rip Talon? Probably this room, dude. That was probably a mushroom diff, because he survived for so fucking long. Rama is unironically the hardest character on their team for me to deal with. But I kinda need to be the one to also deal with him. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on it. Melon is here. Thor is here as well. Thor in the air. I'm coming for this one. No. Alright, I'm done for now adapting. GG's. Alright, very nice. Glad I could end on a win. Alright, thanks guys. Really appreciate you stopping by as always. I don't think I'll be streaming tomorrow. I have some stuff that I want to do. I probably could fit in a short one, but I might as well just take it off at that point. I'll still play some Smite probably though. But thanks guys. Appreciate it. I'll be back Tuesday for the